from the geodetic engineers. So the Indonesian Young Surveyors are also affiliated with the FIG Young Surveyor Network community. So as the supporting system of Ikatan Surveyor Indonesia, like I said previously, the Young Surveyor also supported the Indonesian Surveyor Associations to pursue every CPD event that they are hosting. So the publications that they are actually resulting was in the Surveyor Insight magazines. It is semester's magazine. So every 6 months they are actually releasing this one. The Young Surveyor Gathering, of course, they are doing this one in order to make all of the program running from these young surveyors. Includes the last time at the SEAS Darwin in 2019, we had the very intimate relationship with the Philippine young surveyors at the time. Yeah, so that's the last achievement after the FIG Congress in Istanbul in 2018. So, why the young surveyors are very important for the, especially in Indonesia, yeah? Because there are a lot of mapping projects that has to be done, and then that has to be conducted, and then there are needed our helps to execute the project, especially for the uh, surveyors. Uh, then you can see, yeah, the government mapping project coming. This is just only the few of the Kementerian is called the ministry, right? So the Ministry of National Land Agency, the Geospatial Information Agency, the Ministry of Public Works, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry also, and then the Indonesian National Board for Disaster Management, the Ministry of Villages, Development of Disadvantaged Regions and Transmigrations, Peatland Restoration Agency, and many more. So they have projects related to the mapping, and then they need also the surveyors in order to execute the project. So I will just give you the two examples of the biggest projects that are happening now in Indonesia. The first one is the BPN project, of course. There are several projects, sections, and then the most, you can say, the biggest one, yeah, it's called Pendaftaran Tanah Sistematis Lengkap, or PTSL. It is systematic and complete land registration for this one. So why PTSL is very important? Because our president has a mandate, and then it becomes the priority project for Indonesian government. That is why the priority project for mapping uh, during our COVID terms is still executed. So since February up until now, we are not stopping our activities in pursuing to finish the project from the government, especially from the BPN and then also from BIG. So it is a good sign also for us that the government actually would like us to finish all of the projects, especially the priority projects, because it will be used later on to boost our economy. Of course, we are doing this one with the very tight health protocol. Yeah, we are doing the survey with the very tight health protocol. And then, for example, if we could not get to another island by plane, we are using the sometimes the car and then the ferry, yeah, to cross the islands to actually finish the projects. So as you can see, at the time the PTSL projects, it is the very optimistic project that has to be finished in 2025, and then the 125 million of parcels must be done for this one. But at first, yeah, we thought that the target was unreasonable, yeah, at first, because usually we had about 1 million certificates per year to be finished. But now, if you could see, in 2017, we had millions of parcel that has to be finished, starting from 5 million, 7.5 million, up to 9 and 10 and 11 millions per year that has to be finished. But uh, yeah, through the Indonesian Surveyor associations and then also other universities that are actually supporting this one. So we are managed every year from BPN to finish 100% of the target. So in 2019 itself, which is the third year of PTSL project, yeah, the land registration that has already been registered reached 62.4 million land parcels. So now the 2020, which has about 10 or 11 million land parcel target, we have already finished 90% of this one, and then we still have 2 months for this, and then hope we could finish also in 100%. So you could see this acceleration begins in 2017, and then it shows that 5 million parcel has already been finished up until 2019. So materials, method, and man, also the funding will become the four accelerated components that our government is very keen to see that this one has to be used in order to finish all of the target that they are setting up. So why the licensed cadastral surveyor is also needed for this? Because they are responsible for everything. Even they are responsible for the rest of their life. Yeah, because since this is the uh, low product, I mean the product that has to be connected with the law, then the responsibility of the land cadastral surveyors is very high. That's why you can see the starting from 2017, 5 million parcels. It's about 5,000 cadastral surveyor needed. In 2018, 7 million parcels. It's about 7,000 cadastral surveyor needed, license, yeah. And then BPN has been working very hard in order to produce these licensed cadastral surveyors every twice every year. So they have what is called the training centers, and then they have the tests in order to produce these licensed cadastral surveyors. And of course, the licensed cadastral surveyors has to become from the geospatial industry or education background, and then it is the geodetic engineers that will be actually be able to become the licensed cadastral surveyors. So another projects coming from the Badan Informasi Geospatials. So it is actually mapping for 1 to 5,000 scales of peta rupa bumi Indonesia, and then they also have the acquisition of lidar and aerial photo, and then mapping of shorelines, and there's also the boundary mapping. The differences between the qualifications for these projects compared with BPN, the young surveyors coming from the education background of geodetic engineers must be at least having the 2 years experience before they are applying for the certifications. These certifications, it's a must for all of the young surveyor that would like to involve at the Badan Informasi Geospatial projects. At least they have to have 2 years experience before they are actually be able to apply for the certifications. So if you can see the distribution list of resources in geospatial information field, mostly in Java. 82% they reside in Java, and then the rest, 4% in Kalimantan, even only 1% in Maluku, 6% in Sumatra, and only 3% in Sulawesi. So we are still concentrating in Java, yeah, but you can imagine that our project was actually started from Sumatra up until Papua, yeah, so all over Indonesia for this. So the distribution is not yet very even, yeah, for all of the islands all over the Indonesia. So geographic information resources, if you could see the availability and the fulfillment, BIG had the what do you call this one? Had the research of this. The projections, for example, in 2015 is about 31,500 of geographic information resources. Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of manpower that we need in order to make all of the mapping projects from all over Indonesia being executed very well. So up until 2024, the projection is consists of 40,743, which is the fulfillment plan, or yeah, it's only 9,659. But the gap is getting close and getting closer again because we are actually working very hard with the education systems. So we hope that the gap is not so big again for the next several years. So just to be able to keep in mind also for you guys that probably next year's BPN and also BIG will have the biggest project again. For example, BIG will have the rapid projects that probably Pak Ade will have a presentation concerning this one later on the next sessions. And then same as BPN also, Pak Virgo could actually ask, could actually answer your questions concerning the projects at the BPN for the next sessions of presentations. So BIG survey in 2015, you can see the terrestrial surveys, the hydrography, photogrammetry, remote sensing, and GIS, also cartographic, what is called qualifications needed. Yeah. So a little bit difference. BIG also have several of the requirement from the high school specialized in mapping. So that's why not only undergraduate freshmen that they are looking, but they are looking from the high school specialized in mapping. So this is the figure of this what is called manpower that BIG needs in order to finish their project. So the summary, the young surveyors play the important roles for the fulfillment of the needs from the geospatial industries. The young surveyor's quality could be achieved by taking the certification and qualifications that are issued by the National Certification Board. Qualified young surveyor could eliminate the gap between the unproductive senior and inexperienced operator or surveyors. The target for the fulfillment of the young surveyors might be in line with the education curriculum. In this case, geospatial information field in every universities must be able to provide this. So this is my references from the Ikatan Surveyor Indonesia, Pak Virgo, also Andri Putra Parlindungan as the Young Surveyors of Indonesia. And then thank you so much for all of your attentions. And then questions could be addressed to me. This is the email. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Vice President Adi. Next is next. Oh, yes, we have on our President Ready of April. We are kind to introduce those international surveying organization in disaster risk reduction and management. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you, and a pleasant morning to everyone, especially the organizers, the CFSM, our co-presenters, also from Indonesia, and our counterparts from the International Federation of Surveyors. I think that they're also in the room. Our understanding yesterday was for the host to do the honor of showing the PowerPoint because of technical issue on the graphics yesterday that we encountered during. Uh, while they're preparing, I'd like also to make mention or greet our colleagues from the ASEAN flag, our members from the different countries of ASEAN, and partners from other uh, uh, countries nearby uh, the ASEAN countries. So the title of my presentation is about disaster risk reduction and management, and we will have to take this up uh, with the focus on the major role of professional organizations. And the topic actually is so broad, and we modified it in such a way that it will just cater on the today's theme, which is the role of professional organizations. And I'd like to make mention also that my place here where I am sitting is not soundproof, so you might be hearing some noises. I'm sorry about that. And all right, so without further ado, I'd like to start with my presentation. So next slide, please. Uh, next slide, please. All right, so this is the outline of presentation. And as I've said, this topic is so broad, and we just focus on these items here. I'll just give a short background about DRRM, a few definition, and I will walk you through the natural hazards in Southeast Asia, and see we have a place in disaster risk reduction in terms of surveying and geomatics. And what exactly are our major roles as members of the professional organization or as leaders of this professional organization? And a short summary. Next, please. Next, please. So we go to the background. I'd like to start with the definition of disaster. Uh, I took this definition from the United Nations International Strategy on Disaster Reduction. So it says here that disaster is a serious disruption of the functioning of a community or a society involving widespread human, material, economic, or environmental losses and impacts. And this basically exceeds the ability of that affected community or society to cope using its own resources. Next, please. Now, when we say disaster risk, we pertain to the potential disaster losses in lives, health status, livelihoods, assets, and services, which could occur to a particular community or a society over some period of time. So these were all called out from that UNISDR definition. Next, please. We have disaster risk reduction. What do we mean by reducing disaster risk? So DRR aims to reduce the damage caused by natural hazards or the damage that will be caused by these natural hazards like earthquakes, floods, droughts, and cyclones through an ethic of prevention or reduction. So take note that a disaster's severity actually depends on how much impact a hazard has on society or on the environment. So next, please. So with this, I'd like to emphasize that DRR is everyone's business. And this involves disciplines like disaster management, disaster mitigation, disaster preparedness, but it is also part of what we call a broader theme, which is sustainable development. And here we can actually connect so many themes of development or development processes like poverty alleviation, environmental management, land use planning, infrastructure development, and so on and so forth. And it says here that in order for development activities to be sustainable, they must also reduce disaster risk. And on the other hand, and sound development policies, programs included or projects included will increase disaster risk and so with disaster losses. So here, DRR involves every part of the society or community, every part of the government, and I'd like to stress the point, every part of the professional and private sector. So it was the UN ISDR Secretariat who prepared all these documents, and we can see where we are standing as far as these documents is concerned. So that's the background, and I'd like, as I've said, walk you through the natural hazards in Southeast Asia, and this includes the common hazards. Next, please. In Southeast Asia, we have the following. We have the common natural hazards. Mind you that we are using here natural hazards and not natural disasters. It was indicated already in the document pertaining to the report of the United Nations in charge of disaster risk reduction and management that they are happier in using natural hazards rather than natural disasters. So those are some of the developments. And in Southeast Asia, we have flash floods or flood, storm surge, tsunami, ground rupture, landslides, and volcanic eruptions, and many more droughts. You name it, we have it here. Next, please. And here in Southeast Asia, just for the information of everyone, these are old slides, and I'm just showing this again as a reminder that we really have to take this seriously because of the following events. We have 10 events worldwide, but we have 7 very disturbing disasters that happened here in Southeast Asia. And these are arranged according to the date of occurrence. Next, please. First, we have in Indonesia, 1586, Mount Kelut. We have a volcanic eruption. This was ranked number 8. And the estimated death toll is 10,000. Right? Next, please. In the Philippines, 1814, Mount Mayon volcano. This is located about 600 or 700 kilometers south of Metro Manila. And it was a volcanic eruption, and it was ranked 7. Estimated death toll is 12,000. Next, please. We have in Vietnam, 1881, Typhoon Haipong. This was ranked number 6, and the death toll is 150,000. Next, please. Again, back in Indonesia, we have 1883, the eruption of the volcano Krakatoa. And, oh, sorry, it was a tsunami, but generated out of this volcanic eruption. And the death toll is very, very wide variance, 36,000 to 120,000 casualties. In Vietnam, we have it in 1971, Hanoi and the Red River Delta flood, and the death toll is 100,000. Next, please. Again, Indonesia, 1997, Sumatra and Kalimantan fires. Death toll is 240. That's rank number 9. And next, please. This is the, sorry, let's go back to that, because I'd like to highlight here that this one is ranked number 3. And this is the Indian Ocean earthquake in 2004. And we have a death toll of 280,000. Sorry, but these are accounted deaths, but those that were not accounted or the missing persons not included in the statistics. But normally, we have more missing than the death toll statistics or figures. So here, next please. All right. So regardless of the type, severity, or nature of hazards, we have the following impacts. We have deaths, missing persons maybe included, displaced population. We have food scarcity, health risks, emotional aftershocks, environmental destructions, including structural failures and other ill effects like the economic losses, the disruption of the basic services. So these are the impacts or ill effects of natural hazards. And we experience this in the different examples that I have presented earlier. Next, please. Now, this part will show us, is there a place for surveyors in disaster risk reduction and management? So here, we have, I think this is already my fourth or fifth time discussing this with the ASEAN flag, but these are all slides that I'd like to again show and emphasize that there's really a place for surveyors or geomatics practitioners in DRRM. Disaster risk reduction policies and programs are enforced and implemented respectively through the analysis of spatial and non-spatial information. Highlighting on the spatial information or data sets, many of these are being supplied by surveyors regardless of sector that they belong, private sector, government, or the academia. About 80%, this is a reality, and this is a result of an academic research. 80% of daily decisions on national and local levels are spatially oriented or georeferenced. The majority of this information is spatial and can be surveyed and mapped. And this can be layered or analyzed in order to understand the potential risks and vulnerability of a particular community or region. And so, surveying and geomatics therefore can address the different stages of DRRM, including, among others, planning, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. Next, please. This next slide will show us, this came from a publication of the FIG, and we can see here the relationship between technology and the different areas of specialization or field of practice. We have technologies like those satellite-based positioning, the surveying, and the GIS. And with this, we can actually come up with some models or sort of outputs that we can use in order to have a more sensible way of doing disaster risk management or disaster risk reduction. Next, please. So here, I'm sorry, but I don't have a material from the ASEAN community, but this work is the work of Edeleke et al. 2013. They are utopian academicians or from the academe. The university is called Ilorin University. And this came from Journal of Environmental Studies and Management. They look into the role of geomatics in DRR and some infrastructural failures. And I'd like to focus now on the conclusion and recommendation of this study. They said that geomatics is fully involved in disaster management as accurate spatial data is inevitable in all stages of disaster management. And they come up with recommendations like They said that there has got to be a nationwide identification and mapping of hazard-prone zones. Rescue maps are very important, and this basically will give them an idea on the routes, or related to number three are the route or network analysis, especially when dealing with some emergency situation, urban or non-urban. Next, please. Now, whether the application is for rescue or non-rescue operations, early warning systems are very important. And there's got to be periodic deformation monitoring or measurements of massive engineering structures. And this may include dams, medium to high rise buildings, freeways, large bridges, among others. And they said that the use of GIS, GPS, LiDAR, and recent survey technologies should be promoted for utmost benefit of their capabilities. And on the water survey, they said that there's got to be also a periodic hydrographic survey of river channels, especially where they flow through, to identify possible silting and blockages to free river flow, especially in built-up areas. And lastly, they said that human capacity development is necessary and important to meet the above or the items that I've mentioned earlier. So this has got to be pursued. So again, this is an old quote, which we, I think, included this in our AFLAG's website, that it will be very complex undertaking, if not impossible, to attempt to reduce disaster risks of whatever type, nature, frequency, severity in an environment that one does not understand well. So it's important and it's crucial to any disaster risk reduction and management undertaking the use of technologies, right people, and of course the outputs of this in terms of coming up with sound decision, sound plans, and sound programs. So next slide would give us an idea where we are standing in terms of a national initiative of coming up with spatial data infrastructure. So this came from FGDC US, and it was published 2005, and still many are using this framework. So national spatial data infrastructure components are shown that we have a framework and spatial data right at the middle. And this basically includes the spatial data sets that surveyors must be providing in terms of use for national agenda pertaining to reduction of natural hazards. So the next slide will also show us the specific area, and this is what we call the fundamental spatial data sets, basically serving as the foundation of SDI, to which secondary or tertiary geographic information are referred to or superimposed onto. And we have this basic composition. We have the geodetic reference, the cadastry or administrative units, basic topography, elevation models, ortho images, road networks, river systems, and geographic names. And this basically guarantee and benchmark spatial consistency, accuracy, and reliability of geographic data sets. I'd like to stress the point reliability. It means that it was generated from right data sets or data sources, and the required precision in terms of location are being adhered to. These are updated and they are interoperable with the common system that the national agency or the users are utilizing. The next slide now will give us a picture. Okay, click it, another, please. All right. Okay. So this is again another diagram that will show the green ones are pre-disaster and the blue are the post-disaster. So SDI is right at the center. Now, if you're at the center of this paradigm or framework, it means that your services are crucial in terms of achieving the objectives and goals of disaster risk reduction, without which no sound programs on disaster risk reduction and management will be designed and implemented. And so the role of surveyors is very crucial in this particular field. So the next slide will be a related quote, which came from, I would say, the former UN Special Representative of the Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction, Margareta Wallström. She said that access to information is critical to successful disaster risk management. And I'd like to stress the point. She said, you cannot manage what you cannot measure. So let's be, very explicit about quantities, statistics, because these basically are the sources of data for higher level planning and decision making. Next, please. This one now is the last part of the presentation. What then now are the major roles of professional organizations? Next, please. Okay. In a development process, whether it's sustainable development, whether it is about anti-poverty, uh, in our case in the Philippines, DRRM is already mainstream in these development themes. And I'd like to emphasize here that there are key principles in mainstreaming DRM in development. Number one is political commitment, strong institutions, and appropriate governance. I'd like to mention that institution-wise, the private sector, the professional organizations are included here. Okay. And the second point is integration of DRR in development is based on sound knowledge of disaster risk and risk reduction. So here again, professionals will come in, and professional organizations will have to play a big role in terms of ensuring that there's really a knowledge management system in specific to these organizations. The third is awareness of risk and risk reduction measures conveys knowledge about DRM solutions. Number four, effectively incorporating risk considerations in development decision making requires synergies between sustainable development and DRR. So it's not only a unilateral sector, but it is multidisciplinary, multi-sectoral approaches. And decision making would require all these uh, approaches to be able to have a viable plan. I will not delve on 5 and 6, but let me just mention number 7, that DRR is multi-thematic and multi-sectoral process, and mainstreaming it in development involves integration of development themes and sectors. So what we are doing in other themes like anti-poverty, infrastructure development, environmental management, I think we have to replicate it here as far as disaster risk reduction and management is concerned. So these are mainstreaming principles. Now, next, please. I'd like to show you the specific roles now. The first two are basically I would say it's internal to the organization, and 3 and 4 are external, meaning to say you need to collaborate with other sectors or societies or associations or entities. So number one, I guess that the organization must exercise the mandate on good governance by enforcing the rule of law, and that is the professional regulatory law, the bylaws, and the corresponding policy manual. I'm using the terms that we use here in the Philippines, the policy manual, because we have an implementing rules on regulations for the bylaws that we have. So this actually serves as a guide for all the genetic engineers. And professional regulatory law, just like in other jurisdiction, we have specific activities of genetic engineers as enshrined or as stipulated in different laws. The Philippines has now 44 professionals or regulatory boards, and so you can just imagine the uh, the non-avoidance of overlaps or common overlaps in terms of practice of the profession. The good governance aspect also deals with how we pursue activities in accordance to the regulatory laws in cooperation with the government, which is I refer to the Professional Regulatory Board, because these two parties are the ones expected to enforce, implement, and also make sure that the interest of the members are being pursued, and that they should be well established in such a way that there will be no blurring of professional boundaries as we pursue our relative or respective activities in line with disaster risk reduction and management. The second is, I mean, this is still internal. There's got to be continuing capacity building programs and going further, a knowledge management initiative. And we also refer to as one of the priorities the young generation or the young surveyors that were mentioned by Senior Vice President Adi a while back, and women surveyors. So capacity building is very important because it will enhance actually the knowledge and skills of surveyors in terms of what exactly should be provided, should be undertaken, in what standards should we produce such information to be able to have reliable and dependable set of data for the RRM. Number three, I said it's external because you have to collaborate with government agencies, business and financial institutions, other civil society organizations in terms of implementing multi-partite initiatives. Uh, I don't have other examples, but here in the Philippines, we have a very strong and committed civil society organizations, particularly those professional organizations accredited by the Commission. And they have corporate social responsibilities implemented, especially the challenges that we have in the pandemic, the COVID-19. And so, so many professionals have committed, and different approaches and means of supporting the government and those who are frontliners, and people who are also supporting the frontliners are being served and their needs provided. The last item is about fostering and strengthening close relationships with other professional organizations by jointly designing and implementing collaborative confidence building projects and similar undertakings for the development of standards of practice in this area, the disaster risk reduction and management. And that basically is one of the items included. If you recall, we have visited the no less than His Excellency Lim Jok Foy, and these are included in the proposal that we have presented to him. So these are just a few, as I've said earlier. There are a lot more, and I believe that these are well within the bounds of the domain of control of professional organizations. So it's important that we have to enforce the rule of law. Why are we here? Why are professional organizations organized? And we have to also prioritize, as President Jerry has mentioned earlier, the series of capacity building programs, the capability building that we have been doing with Asian Flag in terms of enhancing or upgrading or updating the knowledge and skills of our members. Next, please. All right, so this one is a guide, maybe for all of us, that in terms of selecting partners, meaning surveyors, I'd like to say in particular, this could probably, there are only three items. Can you click the first one, please? Educational background. Okay, so I think MRA does also have this educational background. The experience will relate actually to the technical competence of the person. And the last one is legal authority. That's the rule of law, meaning to say you have a legal basis in why you are doing this particular service. So that's the essence of this diagram. And so in terms of providing spatial data sets, fundamental spatial data sets in particular, in support of NSDI for DRRM, I guess that these items here should be included as justification in terms of saying that, hey, this is our area of domain of practice, and we have to, uh, put an end to some issues created because of the blurring of professional boundaries. Other professionals are doing this surveying thing, because surveying now is so easy to do. You just press the button, as they said, and that's how other suppliers of equipment market the surveying products. They said it's so easy. You don't have to be a surveyor to do this, to do that. So I guess this framework is so simple, but it's practical, and it's a way that we can probably say that this is our area of domain. Next, please. So the next slide will show us the visit that we have in 2019 with, of course, our very own Pinggiran Matusin, Honorary President, Asian Flag, and the host, Senior Vice President Adi Ruchatan, partly hidden. And we have this discussion on good land governance. And this is an offshoot of the land governance summit that we have in Manila way back in December 2017. And some efforts related to disaster risk reduction and management. So before I end, I'd like to make mention that really disaster risk reduction management is a development issue, and it is also highly interdisciplinary, meaning to say that a surveyor cannot solve this problem alone. We should be working together. And DRR in a global scale is UN administered global issue. And there's got to be a strategy actually that we, maybe ASEAN flag, the federation, the Taiwan Federation of Surveying and Mapping, and other organizations, whoever that be, should make a strong representation to the United Nations, if only to come up with an advocacy or a program or a project that will benefit not only those that we said would be victim, knock on wood, and the professionals that we represent, the surveyors or the geomatics practitioners. So maybe the rest of the Asia Pacific region, if we can only collaborate together and come up with a position paper, and maybe also Asian flag making a follow-up on the disaster risk reduction proposal, it could be a good start that we will be able to say to the whole world that we have to do this because this one is our area of responsibility. This is a commitment to the people, and this is enshrined in the vision and mission and strategic plan of the Federation. So, with that, I'd like to leave this presentation with one slide. Next, please. The last slide is about working together. And I know pretty well that you are very familiar with this person. He is Steve Jobs, and he said once, great things in business are not done by one person, they're done by a team of people. So I'd like to close by thanking you for listening. Stay safe. Thank
Thank you, Mr. Randy. We are going to continue.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have 1 more minute.
Okay. So, please, any
Oh, Eddie.
question?
Hi, Tony, Eddie.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And due to the time limits, probably we have to close the session now. So we keep in touch. Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, before we close, let me just summarize the main point. And to sum up, we discussed aggregate routine. We also talked about young surveyor goal and the DRM strategy. Finally, we welcome Dr. Wicha from Thailand and honorary President Mr. Xu and Mr. Liang from Singapore and Mr. Rodi from Malaysia and Kian Wang from New Zealand. Thank you. Right, that's all for today's meeting. Is there any other business before we finish? No? Okay. I'd like to thank President Gary, Senior Vice President Adi, and Honorary President Randy, for speaker for presenting here all the way from Singapore, Indonesia, and the Philippines. Thank you all for attending. That's all for today. Thank you.
谢谢各位。我们现在进入休息时间，我们大概11点钟开始吃 跟 ISI 的讨论，就是我们第二个 session 是 ISI 的，从11点钟准时开始，他们已经上线了。 Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So, thank you. It's my pleasure to be here, and I'm very honored to have the ISI President, Mr. Vogel, to attend our session, and he will present a speech to us. Hi, Mr. Vogel. Yeah. Wow. Mr. Vogel.
How are you?
Hi, Mr. Vogel. Hello.
Hi.
Fine, thanks.
Hello.
So, hello. Hello. So, shall we start? And thank you for coming. Well, thank you for attending. And Mr. Virgo is the president of ISI, and which is the Indonesian Surveying and Mapping Federation. And Mr. Virgo, may I invite you to start your presentation? Thank you. Hi, Eddie. Eddie, how are you?
Yeah, hi. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good morning. And may I introduce Mr. Chifeng Wang? Mr. Chifeng Wang is the Vice President of CFSM.
Okay, nice meeting you, sir.
It seems that Mr. Vogel has some connection problem. And shall we start with you?
Virgo?
Yeah, may I invite Mr. Vogel? Hi, Mr. Vogel. Yeah, I can hear your voice. Yeah, we can see the slide.
Okay. There's a bit delay here. Can you see my presentation here?
Yes, we can. Let's start.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's welcome
Can I start now?
Mr. Vogel.
Yeah. First time, I thank very much. President Siu Pyung Chao, Professor Siu Pyung Chao, for inviting us, Indonesian Service Indonesian Surveyor Association, or we call it Ikatan Surveyor Indonesia, for sharing update or outlook of Indonesian surveying, or the organization of which is led by me. I'm here with my Secretary General and Mr. Ade Komara, which will be delivering also the presentation about the future mapping in Indonesia, especially for the large scale map. Okay. Okay. My outline will be. I would like to explain the accelerating the agrarian reform, which is probably with I will share presentation a bit, and then our future 3D map for strata titling, and then I would like to also to show you what how creative our young surveyor here in Indonesia, and second one, the fourth one is the of large scale map. It's just a brief slide elaborated further in detail by Pak Ade Komara. And number five is about the omnibus law. Recently, our government passed the new law, which impact also the surveyor, and also other updates and our concluding. Let me begin. In India, we have around 125 million parcel. 2016, it's only 44 million parcel are registered. Now, we have what we call it systematic and complete land registration program since 2017. Initially, it is 5 million parcel per year, but now the target is 10 million parcel every year. So hopefully in 2025, the all 125 million parcel will be and and the recruited title which has not been mapped. You know what I mean, because in the past we are not comply to the survey and mapping. We just survey without mapping it. 18 so still now we call it flying parcel. It's still a homework for us. So our strategy right now is working village by village. We will have a complete village. It is introduced since this year, actually. Before we survey the parcels sporadically, one here, one there, one here, one there, and then now since this year we introduce what we call it complete village map. So we ask every surveyor to do the survey and mapping for one village, and it must be completed, including the backlog or the flying parcel itself. So it is a huge task. The progress is there, but it's quite slow until now. Around, I'll coming to that about the number, yeah. But this is our approach right now, village by village, and then after village by village, we go to the district by district, and then we will have a complete city or regency map. That's our goal. So it's not just a number. Until now, we have around how many? Yeah, we have around 68 title issued. 68, 68 title issued, and we have been surveying about 86 million parcel. Here you can see this. Currently, 86 million parcel are surveyed, but only 70 million parcel are issued land title or land certificate. So the target in this year, since this year, is just not a number, but also the quality. The quality is the how can we make complete. So if it is complete, there will be no movement within the parcel, because if the parcel is individually, another parcel is surveyed individually, it will be painful for us when we join them together as a index map. So this is the land parcel now, and the percentage of deviation. We are also now in the period of digital transformation. So when we call it 74% of the land book, this is land book is valid, meaning already 74% is converted, and we are confident that the data is valid. But in the land parcel itself, we are struggling with the validation. Because some parcel which has been surveyed several years ago, trying to put it on the map, but uh, only 42% of those on the map are valid or with so we have like this complete land parcel and valid, so we will have a good topology, a good of our map. So this is the way we do it. We overlay the data and the parcel and the base map, and we, what do you call it, with topological clean, because the boundary is individualized when we survey that. So this is the homework for us, make them topological clean. So the boundary is one between two adjacent parcels, and then after that we do the delineation. And until now, as I talked about, we managed to achieve more than 1,288 villages for today's data. And it's counting, every day we have some additional complete village. And you know the number of the village in Indonesia is around. Pak Ade probably can help me around 70,000 village in Indonesia. So a lot work to do, yeah, a lot more. Next, we also we also uh, we also now, as I mentioned before, we also now do the, what do you call it, modern land information system. Modern land information system actually is a is a digitalization of our data, and then in the long run, at the end of the day, we would try to we would try to uh, provide information service to the people with the digitalization of our data. So we are funded by the World Bank for this, and we are now considering the PPP project for this, the public-private partnership for the modern land information system. So if you are interested in this, you can also apa namanya involved in this. But we are now in the stage of the proposal. Once it is approved by the financial ministry, we will launch this project and the bidding, and what do you call it? The PPP project will be implementing this. So this is the scenario of the project, what we call it, modern land information system. Now we are in level, nearly in a level one. In this level is a cadastral maturity. So our pilot project will be in Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia. So we will make our 2D map is upgraded. So what do you mean by upgraded? It must be completed, topological clean, and we also try to improve the accuracy. In the level two, we're trying to introduce the uh, height and depth. We're trying to, what do you call it, to introduce the 3D things. In We are going to do the LIDAR, photogrammetry LIDAR in Jakarta, and we will have an existing aerial image combined with the DTM, and it will be enriched in the 3D. And level three is a digital cadastre. In level three, it will be implemented in Jakarta. So we will come to what do you call it? The a combination between the land use planning or spatial planning with the land title itself. So we will be able to inform the customer, the people, not just the right of the land, but also the restriction and responsibilities in 3D format. So, for example, is the maximum height of the building and the coefficient for the building, uh, the maximum coefficient of the buildings, something like that. And the level four, or the ultimate goal of this modern land information system, we will we will have a, what do you call, a digital twin. Digital twin. So we will do the like building information model or management for each building, and the strata title will be based on that BIM data, BIM model. So this pilot, right now, our surveyor actually still doing this study with the local government and trying to put a standard for this. So if you have in Taiwan, for example, do have a standard for the strata title, 3D, three-dimension strata title. I think we will be very glad if you could share also your standard about this, because right now we are preparing this. So the right now, Indonesian Surveying Association now encourage the government, especially in province of Jakarta, the capital city, because there are a lot of high-rise building in Indonesia, And according to World Bank, also in 2050, the two-thirds of the people will be live in the city. So if they live in a city, meaning they live in a vertical living, vertical working, something like that, just like you in Taiwan, in Taipei. So we're trying to push the local government and also the National Land Agency, which in charge in land registration or strata title registration, to introduce the the BIM data for the high building permit and also for the strata title. And we hope that the georeferencing, because the BIM actually sometimes is done by the architect, and where is the position of the surveying? The position of the surveying is georeferencing the BIM data if it is already exists, or uh, surveying the BIM, the interior, the exterior, for the as built or for the existing building, which has no BIM data at the first time. So, in the collaboration between Indonesian Surveyor Association, Ministry of Affairs, and also the uh, provincial government of Jakarta, now we are trying to make a standard for this BIM. So the digital twin for the building, it can be georeferenced in our map. And next in the so I come to Pak Adi Ruhyatan actually mentioned about the young surveyor. So I'll show you one of our young surveyor creativity. Probably when you came to Jakarta last year, we already announced that we will have make this, and now it's working in Jakarta. What we call it is application of Get Survey. The name is Get Survey, mobile apps for society. So uh, first, it is actually to promote the local surveyor, especially in Jakarta, to do the work which is required by the local government for the city plan information. In Indonesia, if you want to build a house or a building, you need to submit the what do you call it, the existing parcel, and also the existing building. So we're trying to help the society and also the provincial by uh, provide the service of this. And how do we provide the service is by introducing this application Get Survey. So the people like just like Uber actually, just like Uber or just like Airbnb, which is a marketplace for the owner of the property and the customer, also owner of a taxi and a customer. Here, the Get Survey is a kind of marketplace for the customer and the surveyor. So we provide the service for the city plan information, and once we have the standard, we will have the service of the 3D surveying and also the uh, land registration soon. Uh, so so this application actually created by the young surveyor. The idea is simply when the customer, if they want to make the land survey, just download this and install the geo survey in the mobile phone, which is available in the Play Store and App Store, and the surveyor accept the customer orders by and then they can you know transfer the quote and then do the chatting, and then once they done, they make an agreement. The agreement will be kept in the association, and the association will monitor uh, whether the job is already finished or not, and the result of this will be submitted to the province office electronically. So actually this is the masterpiece of a young surveyor because I'm too old, or we are too old actually for this. So the young surveyor creating this, and then I'll show you another what another another creativity of our young surveyor. They have a podcast. Podcast. The name is posisi. Posisi is position in bahasa Indonesia. So podcast posisi is the podcast of EC. EC is Indonesian Surveyor Association. So they're talking about the career path of the geodesy and geomatica. They're trying to enhance the public about the information of the surveyor, the career, the future of the graduation, and then they're talking about the unboxing survey equipment. So if you have a new equipment in Taiwan, our young surveyor will be delightful to do the unboxing and broadcast it in our podcast. And then they interview some of our leader here, and then even they make some funny things about the the mystery of the, what do you call it, supernatural things when they do the survey in the field. It's just for about the horror things of the surveyor experience. So it's funny, but I think the idea is good where the surveyor is trying to inform the public what is surveyor and how can we provide or how can we help the public in this. And then move to the accelerating of large scale map. In Indonesia now we are lack of the large scale map. When we call about the large scale map, it's the what do you call it, the scale of 1 to 5,000 to 1 to 1,000. And Pak Ade Komara will talk about this deeply. But actually, now Indonesian are trying to using the sophisticated technology such as IPSA for data acquisition, and machine learning, and also deep learning for data processing. So our colleagues in Indonesian Surveyor Association a bit worried about this. I mean, because it's I don't know, is it a threat or opportunity for us? Because probably nearly more than 80% of the job of the human labor for data interpretation, something like that, is already taken over by the machine. So we need to move fast for this. And if you have any experience of this, you could also share to us about how can we shift our position from the data interpretation probably for another another position in contributing for the large scale map. So Pak Ade Komara will talk deeply about this. So our responsibility in the association is really to prepare our surveyor to be ready for this, to be ready to shift our position in the mapping project. And I also like to inform you about the new law passed, which is passed by the General Assembly, probably 1 week or 2 weeks ago. We call it Omnibus Law. Omnibus Law in job creation. The name is in job creation. Omnibus Law actually is the integration of probably more than 60 laws or 60 acts before this. And because we have a lot of acts which is regulating. Sometimes it is contrarian between one law and another law, one act with another act. So this omnibus law actually integrating all these laws and making into one single law, and to make it simple and encourage the job creation in Indonesia. So we are very happy. We are very happy because in this new law, enacted in this enacted law, it is the first time the surveyor is mentioned in a law. You know, before, uh, surveyor is not recognized in any legislation in the law level, act level. We are already recognized in a level of ministerial regulation. So not in the act. So right now we are very happy because it is confirmed that surveyor as a regulated profession is recognized. And BIG, National Land Agency, National Geospatial Information Agency, also now regulating, create or drafting the derivative law for this act. For this act. So hopefully this act strengthen Indonesian Surveyor Association uh, for the for our position in the market or in the development of this country. So once we have this omnibus law, actually we are right now still pushing the government, especially the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs, to issue a regulation for the private cadastral surveyor for to be able to practice in daily land registration, because right now we are recognized and licensed for the Ministry of Agrarian Affairs, but only for the project as a systematic project for the whole village. But until now, they are reluctant, to allow us to contribute in the daily land registration, such as subdivision, something like that. So we're trying to push the minister for allowing us to be able also to do the land registration. And with DIG, Indonesian Survey Association is also involved in drafting the government regulation for the the surveying professionalism, surveying competency, what is the professional surveyor, what is the registered surveyor, and what is the licensed surveyor, and hopefully hopefully it will be recognized and accepted by the whole agency in Indonesia, because right now you know we we need to apply a license from the BIG, or National Geospatial Information Agency. We need to apply the license from the National Land Agency. We need to apply the license for the Ministry of Public Work. We also just obtained the Professional Association accreditation from Ministry of Public Works and Housing as the only accredited association in geospatial information or in the surveying. So we are happy that we are now acknowledged or recognized by its institution, its public agency in Indonesia, such as Ministry of Public Works, what Ministry of Public Works, Ministry of Geospatial Information Agency, Ministry of Land Affairs or Agrarian Affairs. But in the future, what we hope is supposed to be one surveyor regulation in Indonesia, which is accepted or recognized by all agencies. So our goal still in there that we're trying to strengthening the industry and the infrastructure of the geospatial information, especially with our CPD, with our collaboration with the ASEAN flag, with our collaboration with Taiwan, CFSM. We're trying to, to help Indonesia to have the state of the art technology, especially for the surveyor and mapping. So right now, our association actually has a good and strong network or collaboration with the government. We are involved in many regulation drafting, and we are partner with the government in problem solver in studying, like such as standardize the beam data, something like that. So. hopefully we will be a reliable and an independent organization, and we are always committed to our member, to our professional surveyor, which have the competence, which have the license, which have the certificate, uh, and we are maintain our competitiveness to adapt with the new technology, new change, and with the disruption era. I think I am finished with my presentation. So, Pa, Ade, probably you could uh, continue with your presentation. Thank you, Mr. C. Professor.
Thank you very much. Very informative speech. And congratulations for ISI, the authorization for the accreditation. CFSM has the accreditation power in Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, yes, thank you, Mr. Virgo.
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the next speaker, Mr. Eddie. Are you ready?
Pak Adi,
yes,
I
yes.
stop my share screen, yeah.
Okay.
Wait. You should stop sharing. Thank you. Please, Pak Adi.
Mr. Eddie, I saw Mr. Hado is online as well. Hi, Mr. Hado. How are you?
Fine, Prof.
Yeah, many people here met you before, either in Taiwan or in Indonesia. Yes, Mr. Eddie,
Okay.
may we have your screen? Okay, let's welcome Mr. Eddie.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Shi, for inviting us to this forum. For our best regards from Mr. Arif Shafi'i, who is supposed to speak here in front of you, but due to his tight schedule, so he asked me to represent him in presenting or more introducing our large-scale based mapping program nationwide. So my name is Ade Komara Mulyana. I'm the head or the director of the Center for Topographic Mapping and Toponym at BIG, the Geospatial Information Agency in our country. So we have two agencies dealing with survey mapping. Our agencies, which is the Geospatial Information Agency and actually Mr. Virgo's agency, the Land National Agency, who that deals with cadastral mapping and land certificate and so forth. Just to make sure that we have the same understanding, although I assume that everybody is an expert in this area. So by large scale map, we means like Pak Virgo also mentioned, map at scale 1 to 1,000, 1 to 5,000, and 1 to 10,000. For us, it is especially interesting to talk about 1 to 5,000 for the reason that I would like to explain later. And yes, we still use the word scale, even in our latest regulation, although we mean by scale is actually not only the relationship between the distance on the map and the real distance on the field, but by scale we actually means more on the level of geometric accuracy and the level of detail of information that will be displayed or will be contained in a map or in a database. So therefore, in our internal discussion, we are right now initiating to use the word load, LOAD, instead of scale. This is a combination of level of accuracy and detail. So because scale is more on 2D framework, but we are going to shift ourselves more towards 3D database or 3D data. So the details or the ID that we know from the 3D system model will also play a role. But again, by scale, we not only mean by the relationship between the distance on the map and the distance on the field, but by scale, we actually mean these two things: the level of the geometric accuracy and the level of the detail of information that is displayed in the map. So our base map has 8 layers, starting with coastline, and then hydrographic features like rivers, lakes, and so on. Hypsography, the contour lines, or the mathematic lines for our marine map. And then buildings and public facilities, transportation, land cover, administrative boundaries, starting from the village boundary up to the state boundary with our neighboring countries, and also the toponyms, the geographical names, the names of mountain, the names of rivers, the name of roads, the names of buildings, and so on and so on. So those are our base map. So we have a program to provide base map for the whole nation at different scale, although it is divided into 3 groups: large scale, medium scale, and small scale. The mandate to us at the Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG in Indonesian language, that we have to establish base map, base geospatial information at different map scale. So when we talk about large scale, we mean 1 to 1,000 up to 1 to 10,000. There is a presidential regulation number 18 in this year on national midterm planning to 2020 to 2024 that mandates us to map the whole non-forest area of the country at 1 to 5,000 scale. One map sheet of our 1.5K is about 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, or 2.25 times 2.25 kilometers square. And then we have regulation on spatial planning that detailed spatial planning should be made at the level 1 to 5,000 scale. So therefore, for us, really 1 to 5,000 map scale is has a high priority to be finished as soon as possible, because the national demand is already there. Why we need to accelerate the 1 to 5K base mapping program? Because, like I mentioned in the previous slide, it will support the acceleration in detailed spatial planning program that in its turn, it will be needed by our so-called online single submission system. This is a system to manage, to integrate all business permit in Indonesia, managed by the coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs. So by using this system, we would like to make sure that no permit is overlapped, because we have had some bad experience where we found out that one permit obtained by a company, for instance, a mining company, overlapped in location with other permits given to maybe the plantation company. So on the field, those two companies fight each other because they thought that both of them have already permits, which is true. They both have a permit from the local government, so the permit is there. but the permits overlap each other in location. So we would like to prevent this kind of accident from happening again by introducing the online single submission system. And this system will refer to detailed spatial planning to check whether the permit asked by a company or the location of that permit is accordingly with detailed spatial planning. Also, we need a large-scale base map program to support disaster management activities. Like you already know that Indonesia is very rich in terms of disasters. Like 2 years ago, we have tsunami in one of our capital province capitals. We would like to relocate some housing up there, and therefore we of course need a very detailed and very good map. And we have a bigger program named a One Map Policy program that has been going on for a while. So without a base map, a good base map, this One Map Policy program, of course, will not be implemented properly. In short, that the base mapping program will support the investment climate in our country, and at the end it will support our national economic growth. So that's very important, and therefore the government also has realized the importance of having a very good base map program for the whole country. This is the availability of base maps at various scales, like starting from the smallest one to 250,000, up to 25,000, more or less. The combination of 1 to 25,000 and 1 to 50,000 has have covered the whole country nationwide. So we don't have any problem with that. Well, the problem is maybe the updating of those medium base map, medium scale base map. However, if we see here the red boxes, these are the location of 1 to 5K maps that have been produced in the last 5 to 6 years. So we see they are only scattered around the country. So the total area of the red boxes are about 1.9, let's say 2% of the whole total land area of Indonesia. Only 40,000 kilometers square compared to the whole land area of Indonesia of 1.9 million kilometers square. Up to now, this is the technology that we have been using to this year. So starting with data acquisition using aerial photos and LiDAR for 1 to 5K. We have used airborne SAR previously, but for 1 to 25K. And then once we get the data from aerial survey, we do the stereo plotting using 3D stereo environment to extract the map features, like the road, the buildings. We extract everything manually. We do DTM processing from LiDAR DSM automatically and created contour lines from there. And then once the digitation, the stereo plotting is done, our team go to the field to do some verification work, also to collect the toponyms and also the information on administrative boundaries. And then, of course, the result of the field survey will be then input into the database. We do the topological check, we do seamlessing, and so on to create a geodatabase to be at the end published in our geo portal both in form of geodatabase file or in form of cartographic file. These are the business process that we have been using up to now. Because the demand is there, we need to accelerate the whole process, thinking that we can replace like the straw plotting process by like Mr. Virgo mentioned, using some artificial intelligence technique like deep learning to automatically extract the map features. And we have been doing some studies on that. Also, to enhance or to speed up the whole process, maybe we should look at another technology alternative, not only using IR photos and LiDAR. These are our specification for 1 to 5K aerial photos and LiDAR survey. Nothing fancy here, but we require, like, for instance, for the photos, ground sampling distance of 15 centimeter, overlap, the side lap, and so on. And for the aerial triangulation, we require 0.5 meter in accuracy in terms of RMSE, or 0.75 in terms of CE 90. 8 to 4 ppm for LiDAR data, and so on. These are our specification right now. The challenges is like, as I previously mentioned, is the huge area of our country, 1.9 million kilometers square. Last year, we were able to map 14,000 kilometers square. That's an increase more than double from our previous capacities of about 7,000 kilometers square in 2018. So looking at this number, actually we have done some good works. However, again, 14,000 kilometers square compared to 1.9 million kilometers square is nothing. So we need to be creative, finding some breakthroughs, how we can speed up the whole process to cover the whole country at 1 to 5K map. Also using only aerial photo and LiDAR, we are limited in terms of the equipments, because our private partners who do the work actually on behalf of us, the number of the private companies who have own the equipment is very limited. Also, we have limited availability for the survey aircraft, less than 10 in total for the whole country. So even if, let's say, our budget is double every year, due to the lack of availability of the aircraft, we will not be able to double the capacity of our map production. So we have to look for optimum solution combining three aspects. The cost, we would like to have as cheap as possible, of course. And then the time, it must be fast, because the presidential regulation said that the 15K map should be finished by 2024. And then the quality must be good. Okay. Those three aspects, usually it's very hard to get those three aspects together. Usually, yes, you can have something cheap and something fast, but the quality is usually not good. If you would like to have a good quality with fast processing time, it will not be cheap. So, and so on. Those three aspects, actually, they are very hard to meet at one point. But we have to find something in between, like optimizing, compromising those three aspects. This is just the list of the technology. I'm sure that you are all aware of this. But this is the base map technical specification in terms of geometric accuracy. So we divide the specification into three classes: class 1, class 2, class 3. For instance, for 1 to 5K, line number 8. So the horizontal accuracy should be 1.5 maximum in CE90, but in class 2, it could be 3 meters, and in class 3, it could be as low as 4.5 meter CE90. So because this specification offers some flexibility in map to be produced, then maybe we can play around with this. Like if we use the photos and LiDAR, sure, we can get data for class 1, but it's very expensive and it will take long time. Maybe then we can take another alternatives like urban radar that might not provide us with the best data quality, class 1, but it could satisfy perhaps class 3 or even class 2 specification. That's actually the main idea. So we are going to combine available technologies in producing our 1 to 5K base map. So this is the challenges. What we want is the technology, the process, the methodology that will fulfill the standard of our national standard 15K base map, and it should go very fast. The data acquisition should be accomplished within 2.5 years for the whole country, for the whole land area. We are a tropical country, so the cloud cover is always a problem. We have more than 16,000 islands, so mobilization will be a challenge if we use a small system like drones. In theory, yes, we can deploy, I don't know how many hundreds drones to map the countries, but we will have some big problems in mobilization because like we have more than 16,000 islands. And then in the map production itself, we have to maximize the automation, like using deep learning to automatically extract the map feature to meet the 2024 deadline. Like Virgo also mentioned, we are moving toward 3D database. Although for 15K base map, we think for the first target is we are going to construct the 3D database with level of detail vertical equivalent to LOD1 in terms of 3D city model, just for the basis for the whole country. So this is the challenges. And this is our plan. We have to accelerate our large-scale base mapping program. We have been preparing this program since 2018, 2019. We have been doing some studies. We putting some proposal to our national planning agencies and Ministry of Finance to get this program funded. I would say that the fund, the budget is now secured at least for 2021. So therefore, within maybe the next couple months or even weeks, the tender process for this project will start, and hopefully by early next year, the contract signing can be done, can be implemented. So the data acquisition will start next year for 2.5 years until 2023. But in 2022, when we already get some data acquisition result, we can start the map production process. So we are not going to wait until the whole country is surveyed first. But as soon as there's some data available to be processed, we are going to process it to produce the map because the deadline is 2024. This is what we have in mind right now. Again, this is not fixed yet, but actually the basic idea is we are going to combine available technologies to get the best or the optimum result. Again, combining the three factors, the time, the budget, and the quality. Yeah, we would like to have as cheap as possible, as fast as possible, and as good as possible. We have set different specification for urban, rural, and forest. For urban, we would like to have very good data, high quality data. Therefore, we think we are going still to use aerial photos and LiDAR for urban. But for rural, the specification will be less. Therefore, airborne radar, the latest development, will be considered. But if some LiDAR providers think that they can also provide LiDAR data with lower cost, compensated by huge areas or huge volumes of work, then we are also, of course, open to for that option. And for us, it will be yet less demanding for the specification, and we also consider airborne radar for that. But we know airborne radar will give us only auto-rectified imagery in black and white. It needs to be complemented by optical sensor. It could come from high resolution satellite imagery, or maybe for some spot we can fly drones using non-magnetic aerial photos or any other options for that. But we are sure that using airborne radar we can get DSM and DTM of high quality. Only for the auto-rectified imagery, we think that it needs to be complemented by high-resolution satellite imagery or aerial photos. For the map production itself, we would like to implement the automated map feature extraction. We did some experiments, some pilot project in implementing the deep learning. These images are examples of our experiments using aerial photos, satellite imageries to automatically extract the buildings, because based on our experience, the buildings are the most time-consuming feature to be extracted during the map production process. So again, for data acquisition, we are going to combine all available technologies to obtain or to get the best, the most, or the optimum solution. And in the map production side, we are going to implement the artificial intelligence techniques like deep learning to automatically extract the map features. I think that's all that I can present to you. Again, thank you very much for inviting us, and nice meeting you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very informative. And we do know the breakthrough needed, and especially with airborne LiDAR, Taiwan is very experienced. And in case of need, we would like to help. And follow that, I have invited 4 panelists, and all of them are from Taiwan surveying industry. And the first one is a lady, Ms. Zheng Yuwen, Mr. Zheng. And due to the time limits, probably we keep the presentation within 5 minutes. Okay. Listen, it's
Yeah.
yours.
Okay, thank you. And I will introduce the application of LiDAR and the hydro. Thank you. Thank you. So I will introduce the application of LiDAR and the hydraulic DEM. And Taiwan is affected by typhoon, earthquake, and the changing type of rainfall, which cause mountain landslide and even the change of landfall. To understand the situation after the disaster and to analyze to protection damage area, we need a faster and more accurate technique to survey changing of the national land. Traditionally, we gather terrain data by aerial photography survey. Nowadays, it has changed to using the technology of LiDAR. And LiDAR has the future. Every point in LiDAR including XYZ information, and it has multiple echo feature like this picture. The first one point maybe get the tree height, and the second and third point maybe get the tree height also, but some point maybe get the ground elevation. And the last return, we hope all the points can get the ground elevation. So we can, because Taiwan is located in the subtropical zone, there has a lot of forest. The multiple echo feature let us has the chance to get the ground elevation. By classify the all points, we can get the digital surface model and the digital elevation model very faster and precisely. From 2010 to 2015, there are 3 to 4 companies joined this project using the LiDAR technology to collect DTM in Taiwan. So we have the whole DTM data already. The achievement including 1 meter DSM and GM and the 25 centimeter also image. And even now the data still updating. And now I will introduce about hydraulic DM very short time. So hydraulic DM which we promote now. Sorry. Fuel LiDAR could be applied on the water resource and engineering from LiDAR. We already have DM and the DSM, DM and DSM. And now we want to make the hydraulic DM. We need to establish the structure and the bread line, the structure and the bread line. The bread line including the flow control facility and the embankment. When break line add to grid interpolation can generate high precision 1 meter hydraulic DM data. But however, in water resource study, usually calculate data from wide range area. So we have to load down the resolution of DM because of the break line, we still could keep the detailed information such as embankment and the other building, like this picture. When HYDM 1 meter, it has a lot of detailed information. But we interpretation HYDM to load down 10 meter. The detail like river, like embankment will disappear. But if we add the 3D line, like black line, we will still keep the detailed information on 10 meter DM, hydraulic DM. So therefore, on the left picture, therefore, we could get a whole map which is more close to the real world. As conclusion, the LiDAR could use on disaster prevention, national engineer construction, and so on. And LiDAR is the best way to quickly, precisely obtain the data. This big data could help us to set up small land. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. Adi and Gogo, and Ms. Chen is also a professional surveyor. And our next presentation will be delivered by Edward. And Edward Chung is also a professional surveyor.
空在不是律师，这个service 是这个。
So Eddie, how many units of LiDAR, airborne LiDAR in Indonesia right now?
I'm sorry, how many?
How many airborne LiDAR units?
I think there are about 5 to 6 companies who owns this LiDAR system that are our partners.
I see.
So less than 10.
And in Taiwan, we have 5 companies owns the airborne LiDAR, right? Yeah, we have 5 companies. Okay, let's welcome Edward.
Hello, everyone. I'm Edward Zhang from Geoset Company. And today I'm very happy with introduction to really case in Taiwan. We use UAV for our government. And first appearance is for our FASI. And FASI is our major government organization that in charge of aerial photo. And in 2018, they try to they establish their fixed wing UAS. The purpose is for aerial photo and mapping and further resourcing and forest resource monitoring and disaster response. And they brought to our fixed wing UAS. Each one has phase one media format metric camera. Its resolution is have 100 million pixel with RGB and NIR. We put the camera in the Sky Arrow UAV body, yeah, and we will sometimes we have catch the RGB and the NIR image, then they can compute together or can calculate for the NDVI and the CRR factor. Yeah, and yeah, is a top view of their UAV. Yeah, this is a carrier trunk. Yeah, these 5 people is their pilot. Yeah, they plan to they hope we can train their pilot. Maybe after 3 years, they can operate their UAV by themselves. But now it's still our company operate the UAV. And in 2019, yeah, we have finished about 30 region. Each one fly, we take photo about about 25 kilometers. This one is a sample image. Its resolution is about 5 to 8 centimeter. Yeah, this sample show that we can see the cabbage, and also right now, right side you can see the one kind of bird is maybe like I don't know how to spell. Second is a one kind of bird from Egypt. Yeah, its size is about 100 centimeter. Okay, this one I will show that we have built a UAV cloud computer platform. Yeah, many engineers only can know how to fly the UAV, but they don't familiar with the calculation of the result for the result. We built a platform that very easy for engineer can upload their image and their pose or even the control point. Then we can collect the also photo and or the 3D model. And for really case, this case is for the highway bureau. Yeah, they need to monitor the slope curve. Yeah, firstly they need to embed the coded target setting. Then they can use its mobile phone to take picture or use UAV by themselves. Yeah, and send the image to our platform. Then we can generate the 3D model and can compare the different time image. Yeah. Then we can show pictures. We can show where is the new plant grows and yeah, maybe somewhere what is the slide. Yeah. Yeah, in my brief introduction. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Edward. And Eddie just mentioned about the Okay, Eddie just mentioned about the UAV, and the UAV is one. I believe that's is quite strong in geoset company. And our next speaker is Cinda Liu. Cinda Liu from the strong company, and Cinda has been accredited APAC engineer recently. Okay, let's welcome Cinda.
Bisakah mendengarmu Pak Ati, Pak Berko? Bisa yung ini.
Bisa, bagus.
Bisakah?
Ya, bisa.
Ya, karena COVID-19 hanya bisa menahan satu sama lain melalui internet. Saya juga tahun kondisi COVID-19 di Indonesia masih buruk, ya. Saya hati-hati ya dan sehat selalu.
Sip.
Oke, lanjut. Saya akan dilakukan presentasi dalam Inggris, ya.
Hebat juga.
Bisakah?
Silakan.
Okay, silakan. Okay, because we just have a very short period of time to do my presentation, so I just try my best to make it quick. Okay, this is the introduction to the mobile mapping systems, and which is our services in Taiwan of my companies. Oh, okay. We are from Stronghold Engineering, and this is my CV, and I'm a registered APEC engineer in surveying, and of course, a licensed surveyor in Taiwan. And our overseas posts is based on Malaysia and Timor-Leste, which I spend a lot of time to stay there because this year is quite different. So you can see me in Taiwan. Okay, back to my topic. What is MMS? This is the three parts of it, and the mobile mapping system. And why is mobile? It's because now we have a multi-platform to do the survey, including vessels, cars, airplanes, and they give us mobilities and high accuracies of post data. And how we do the mapping, of course, this is the three conventional S, remote sensing, GNSS, and the GIS. And MMS as a service, we want to discuss how we manage to do from data acquisition to total solutions. And these are three elements of MMS, which is platform and posts and the sensors. And the post is, which means refers to positioning, orientation, and this is whole combining the systems. And this is our mobile mapping system. I would give an example by cars. And not just only the cars, because we do the bathymetric survey and of course, like other field, the track and field surveying, or even common roads of the cities. Or this is all can be combining in a mobile mapping system. And which this is a comparative slide. And we will give the high resolution point cloud and attributes and the vector data and doing the panoramic image in the same time. And this is some features of our mobile mapping systems, which is laser scanning and the pulse and the camera systems. I'll show you some videos how we do the mappings, give the high resolutions point cloud data, and which will be applied to the HD map, which is implemented now by the Ministry of Interiors. And we do the laser scanning and panoramic image acquisitions in the same times, which can give you a very high accurate map. And this is an example we're combining to the different kind of data sources from the laser scanning on the car, laser scanning on the airplanes, and the bathymetric echo sounder data above under the sea. And this is a Guandu Bridge. It's a very, very famous attractions in Taipei. And thanks all. If you have a cell phone, please to scan our QR code for more info. Thank you. Terima kasih ya.
Thank you, Sinta. Mr. Hato, I just learned that you would like to make some remarks, and would you like to present talk to the audience about what the remarks you would like to make?
Yes, okay. Thank you, Prof. About the big scale mapping in BIG and correlation with the Association of Surveyor in Indonesia, I think the big issue is the competencies and the persons with the competence of radar is limited. So maybe in the future we can learn with you about the expert in IFSAR or radar. This the first issue I think in Indonesia. The second issue is Mr. Virgo was talking about the land administration with the PTSL or land registering. Yeah. And the World Bank was give us the loan too. So the next issue is how the licensed surveyor, cadastral surveyor in Indonesia is can practice and give the service to the people and the public uh, 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 person by person, not the project from the government. I think the two big issue, and the third issue is last year we send two people to Taiwan seminar about the 3D modeling about the autonomous vehicle. I think so. We want to continue the about collaboration about this. You know, in Indonesia, the availability of a big scale for the vehicle, autonomous vehicle, or the 3D modeling is not yet ready. So not ready yet. So I think we can collaborate in the future about three issues. So we want to learn to CSFM surveyor and expert here about the how make a standard for the 3D modeling for the autonomous vehicle mapping and about the in Indonesia, you know, Mr. Rigo was mentioned about the availability of function of the building. So we have to mapping the interior and exterior and position of the building before the government give the permit for use that building. So we have to make a standard too. So I think we easy surveyor Indonesia can collaborate the collaboration with the CSFM expert and surveyor to make a standard that standard. So I think that for issue in my remark for the two presentation of Mr. Ade, Mr. Virgo, and I think one more thing about the leader. You know, in Indonesia, any location you cannot capture with the plane because you know we have the crowd every times every years, so we have to make capture with the radar. So that's the big issue. Why in the future in Indonesia want to completing the map, the big scale with the radar, IFSAR. I think that's all. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. And due to time, then I wish to thank all the speakers and all the participants here, and let's conclude this session. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hato, Mr. Gogo, Mr. Adi, and Chen Yuan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well,
Okay, we thank you.
谢谢各位。我们今天上午两场已经圆满结束。
So can we leave the meeting, Professor Shish?
Yes.
Okay. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Nanti kita bisa ngikut.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Wang.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Also the ASEAN flag colleagues. Good
Yes.
presentation.
Yes.
Okay.
我把麦克风交给启峰，我们就下午开始，下午是 FIC 的2点开始，这里面是可以用的。 子欣，不好意思，谢谢。没有关系，他们在给我调档案，所以说在四大公司是麻烦你把答案都给我，最好先做成 PDF 给我。对。 Hi, Good morning, Professor Steiger.
Good morning, good afternoon to all of you.
Yes, you are right.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear. And I'm very happy that you could participate in this forum. And our coordinator of this session is Professor Jimmy Zhou. And Jimmy Zhou is from Hongjia University. And now I hand the time over to Jimmy.
Hi there, Dr. Rodolph Stanger. You there? Steiger. I'm sorry. Am I pronounced correctly? Steiger?
Steiger is correctly. It's very good. It's even very good.
Okay. Dr. Steiger, my name is Tian Zhu. I'm from the Hongjia University. I think I met you in 2019, the Hanoi 5G conference. So it's my honor to have you as our first speaker and the only speaker for this session about FIG challenges and activities. And I think we have 3 panelists also working inside this small conference room in Taiwan now. So one of the panelists, Dr. Wang, he's the former
Vice President.
He's now the Vice President of the Chinese Federation of the Surveying and Mapping. And also Professor Han from Taiwan University is a professor in the Department of Civil Engineering. And also, I think you are already very familiar with the Professor Shi. So he's also sitting as one of the panelists. So 3 of them will have some kind of comments or some kind of further things discussed about what's the situation in Taiwan. So let's welcome Dr. Steiger, I'm sorry. Let's welcome Dr. Steigers for a presentation about the FIG activities and challenges. So I'll hand over to the entire video to you, back to you now. Okay, so thank you. I think the entire session of this one will have about 90 minutes. So you can very flexible adjust your schedule because we have 3 panelists and they can limit their talk to 1 minute to 1 hour. So you can have very flexibility about your time. Okay, so I'll hand it over to you. So let's welcome Dr. Steiger. Okay, Steiger.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues and friends, good afternoon to Taiwan, or in our country, it's still morning. It's 8 o'clock here in Germany, and the night temperature was about 4 degrees Celsius, which is probably very cold for you, but for us, this is very common. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. And if not so, please interrupt me and tell me if we have technical problems or similar things. I'm very happy to be here as president of the International Federation of Surveyors, FIG, but I have to announce that I have to leave in 90 minutes because 15 minutes later, I have to open the Commission 7 annual meeting. And this is now, in these times of virtual conferences, very easy. I can sit in my home office and I can open several conferences at the time. So I would like to share with you my screen, and I hope that you can see this. Can you see this? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I have, no, you should, where can we go in?
Yes.
You see, we are not in presentation mode. I do not know why I can't go to presentation mode. So now you should see my slides. Okay. Now it should work. Okay, I have prepared a presentation of about, let's say, 60 minutes, and then we can use the remaining 30 minutes for discussion and interaction also with the panelists. And my presentation is divided, let me say, in three parts. The first part, I would like to introduce you to the International Federation of Surveyors. In the second part, I would like to talk about my term of office, my plan for the current period. And then at the end, I would like to talk about the near future. Also a little bit, of course, about COVID and the current threat we are all living under. So let me start. What is FIG? FIG is a federation of national surveying associations. We represent more than 100 member associations all over the world. Here you can see the map. In red are the normal member associations, and the other colors are representing different types, like academic members, corporate members, or affiliate members. We are recognized by United Nations and the World Bank as a so-called non-governmental organization. NGO is the abbreviation for this. And we are covering the whole range of professional fields within the global surveying community. And you can see here all the different branches we try to cover. The term surveying we are using as a generic term, which is embracing the whole profession. And you can see here on the left-hand side all the different branches. And on the right-hand side, you can see the structure of our commissions and how we try to cover the whole field. So whenever in the conjunction of FIG, we are using the term surveying, we include most or less everything inside surveying and geoinformation and geospatial. What is FIG doing? One major event every year, we organize a working week, which is a 5-day event, and every 4 years, we organize a congress. Unfortunately, we had to skip, due to COVID-19, the working week in the Netherlands. Currently, we are organizing the working week again for the Netherlands for next year, but I will talk about this more in detail later at the end of my presentation. What we are also doing is we are publishing. Here you can see our latest publications. They can all be downloaded from our website, fig.net, free of charge, because we want to disseminate and we want to strengthen our profession. What means FIG exactly? FIG is an acronym and stands for Fédération Internationale des Géomètres. This was French. And in the former days, FIG had 3 official languages, which is English, which is French, and which was German. And it is very important, please do not say FIG. If you talk about FIG, say FIG. When was FIG founded? FIG was founded 1878, so 140 years ago in Paris, France, by 7 national surveying associations, mainly from Europe. Why do we have so much French in this? When FIG was founded, French was the language of science, art, and diplomacy. English was at that point, at that moment, not important. Until 1998, FIG had 3 official languages, English, French, and German, including simultaneous translation, which was always complicated, which was expensive, and the people were not very happy. So in 1998, FIG decided to have English as the only official language in FIG. How is FIG organized? In the center, you see the council. This is the president, myself, together with 4 vice presidents and the FIG director. The highest academic, the highest institutional element is the General Assembly, which is created by the member associations. And according to the size of the member associations, each member association has 1, 2, or 3 votes. We have a foundation, I will talk about this later on, and we have 10 technical commissions. I will also talk about the 10 technical commissions in detail. We have 3 networks, we have permanent institutions, and we have a task force on governance currently, and we have a task force on the sustainable development goals. There is an element called ACCO, Advisory Committee of Commission Officers, which is a link between the commissions and council. And we have a permanent office. We have a permanent office in Copenhagen, Denmark, which is supporting us very much. Apart from this permanent office, where FIG has employed people, we are all volunteers. For example, me, myself, in my first life, I'm teaching surveying engineering at the University of Applied Sciences in Bochum, Germany. And in my second life, I'm currently the FIG president. Here you can see me together with my council. On the left-hand side, Jixiang Zhang. Please apologize for my maybe not correct pronunciation. From China, you know him very well. Dayan Dümashi from the United Kingdom. Orhan Erkan from Turkey. And Mikael Lilje from Sweden. Let's talk about the FIG commissions. We have 10 technical commissions. Here you can see on the right-hand side an overview of this. And these technical commissions, they are elected for a term of 4 years. The current term is 2019 to 2022. And the next General Assembly, which will take place next year in 2021, we will vote the next generation of commission chairs for the period 2023 and 2026. This looks maybe for you a little bit far ahead, but these so-called chair elects, they need also time for preparation so that they can start with a full throttle at the 1st of January in 23. What is the task of the technical commissions? They should give technical advice to council and to member associations, and they are also heavily involved in the development and organization of the technical program at our events. Let's have a look in detail to these commissions. If you look at the structure, you'll see the first 2 commissions in gray and the commissions 3 to 10 in the light blue. I hope this is visible for you. The first 2 are addressing very general terms, while 3 to 10, they are addressing specific terms within our profession. FIG Commission 1, Professional Standards and Practice. The commission chair is Winnie Xu from Hong Kong. I hope you know her well. And I guess you know her well. And she has installed 3 working groups. The first one on international ethical standards, women in surveying, and international boundary settlement and demarcation. The second commission is led by David Mitchell from Australia. Here we talk about professional education, so all aspects of education in our profession. You know, this is becoming more and more important. Buzzwords like long life learning and professional development are becoming more and more important. And his working groups are developing academic networks on knowledge sharing, curriculum on the move, how is our profession changing, and learning styles in surveying education. FIG Commission 3, Spatial Information Management. Hartmut Müller from Germany is driving this. And this is one of our big technical commissions. They are addressing smart cities, big data, user-generated spatial content, empowering communities, 3D cadastre, and GIS tools for spatial planning, and of course, the future of geospatial. Commission 4, hydrography. Our Earth, our globe is covered something like 70% by water, so hydrography is also very important. And this is our esteemed colleague Razali from Malaysia, who is the chair of this commission. They have working groups on standards and guidelines, Blue Growth and UN Sustainability Development Goal number 14, mapping the plastic. This is in order to reduce pollution, in order to improve our environment, and finally, marine development and administration. FIG Commission 5 is a very traditional commission, positioning and measurement, addressing a topic which is an evergreen, which is always, especially under technical development, of big importance. It is run by Daniel Roman, chief geodesist from NOAA in the United States. They have 5 different working groups: standards, 3D reference frames, vertical reference frames. GNSS is standing for Global Navigation Satellite Systems, multi-sensor systems, and finally, cost-effective positioning. Commission 6, engineering surveys. There are 3 working groups which were introduced by Maria Ruiz Enriquez from Portugal here in Europe. She is Senior Research Officer at the Applied Geodesy Unit of the National Laboratory for Civil Engineering. And the working groups are deformation monitoring and analysis, landslide monitoring, and UAVs, very current topic in surveying. FIG Commission number 7, led by Daniel Paez. He's originally from Colombia, but currently living and working in Australia. He is a technical director of his own company, Ineca. And the working groups are cadastre technologies in smart cities, fit-for-purpose implementation, cadastral template 2.0 and the SDGs, and urban challenges. Commission 7 is one of our big commissions, and this is kind of addressing the USPs, because FIG is the only international professional organization who is really addressing cadastre. Every year they organize an annual event, which should have been this year in August in Switzerland, but due to COVID-19, this was canceled, and last night started the Asian part of this annual online meeting, and within 2 hours there will be the start of the European part. So if you have time, join us. You can register for free in this very interesting meeting, which is organized together with GLTN from UN Habitat. Commission 8, Spatial Planning and Development. Marie Loesma from the Netherlands. She's a senior project leader with a Dutch cadastre. And the working groups are rural and urban dependency, GIS tools for spatial planning, urban challenges, land policy instruments for spatial development, and specifically for Africa, water governance. Commission 9, Valuation and the Management of Real Estate, run by Ben Elder, who is the Director of Valuation at RICS, the United Kingdom. The working groups are Manual and Due Diligence Protocol for the valuation of unregistered lands and informal property, blockchain, very modern technology, and urban challenges. And finally, last but not least, Commission 10, Construction, Economics and Management. Alan Muse, also from RICS, is the leader here. And the three working groups are International Construction Measurement Standards, Digital Construction, and Education and Research. So, sorry for this 10 detailed presentations, but the commissions are very important for FIG, and if you want to understand FIG and how FIG is working, it is good to know what the topic of the commissions are, how they are organized, and what they do. In general, everybody, each individual can be an active part of a commission. At each event, they have open commission meetings. You are invited to be an active part of the working groups. You can contact the working group chairs, you can contact the commission chair leaders, and you are, of course, also very welcome to be part of this in the future. As I already announced, for next year, we will elect 10 new so-called chair-elects who will lead these groups. So you are also asked, if you know qualified candidates for this, please make proposals, please talk to us. We would be very happy to see you there in the future in an active way. We also have 3 networks. What is the difference between a network and a commission? A commission in general is working on specific topic. A network is working more on a broader base. The first network is on standards, and standards are important for each of us, and in each branch we need standards. For example, one of our latest success was we could make an ISO standard for our land administration domain model, which was specifically driven by Grit Lemon from the Netherlands. So what do we want to do with these networks? We want to maintain the guides on standardization. We want to work together with other NGOs like ISO on the development of new standards and on the harmonization of the new standards. The chair of this is David Martin. He's originally from Canada. Now he's working in France at the European Synchrotron institution in Grenoble. We have so-called capacity development network, which is led by our Vice President Diane Dumashi. And this capacity development network has 2 branches. The one is for Africa, where we want to develop more capacity. And the other one is for the Asia-Pacific region. This is led by Rob Sarep from Australia. So mission here is to help our colleagues in areas where associations and institutions like universities, state agencies, etc., need kind of help and are not so well developed as in other parts of the world. And finally, we have a young surveyors network because we know that the next generation is very important. The chair of this is Melissa Harrington. She is from New Zealand, but currently working for Trimble in the United States. And the co-chair is Kwabene Asiyama. He is originally from Ghana, but currently working on his PhD thesis in Germany. What are the goals? We want to improve the number of young professionals participating within FIG, and we want to help the young professional in the beginning of their careers with contacts. And we want to increase the cooperation between the commissions and the students and young professional networks. And I think having a young surveyors network is useful and beneficial on a regional level, on a national level, but of course also on an international level. FIG has also a foundation. You see here the board of directors. On the left, John Hohol, who is the president, together with his 5 directors. And the idea of the foundation is to collect money and to use this money for support for especially young people who are coming from not so well developed countries, who are coming from countries in transition. And the story of the foundation is a story of success. Over the last 15 years, the foundation collected about 400,000 euros and spent half of it for donations, for bourses, and for support for traveling, support for PhD theses, etc., etc. Mainly, but not only for people from Africa, they gave money to people from all over the world. Here you see the current program for scholarships. There are PhD scholarships, there are academic research grants for people who have already a PhD thesis, but there are already also foundation grants for young surveyors, and there is money for publications, for young authors, etc., etc. So those of you who think could benefit from this, they should have a look at our website. We have a specific page for the foundation, and there you can find all the necessary information. Last but not least, the FIG office in Copenhagen. Here you can see Louise Friis Hansen, our director, together with Claudia Stormön and Maria Barkholz. They work in the office and then they are employed by FIG. As I said already, all the rest, council members, commission chairs, we are all volunteers and we do this in our free time, in our spare time, for the sake of our federation. This was the first part of my presentation. Maybe you have some questions and we can deal this question directly.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Stanger, for your very well organized introduction about the FIG and some of the missions and also the foundation and also networking things. I think it's a very good information toward all the people who's attending on the conference on site or even on the website. Get to know what FIG can support for publication, for academic education, and for lots of different kinds of projects. I think it's a very good information for all of us. And also, people from Taiwan, we would love to be involved in more of the activities inside the FIG. So hopefully, like in the near future, we have more opportunity to join some of the very good activities inside the FIG. Professor Shi and also some other like the president, vice president of the Chinese Federation of Surveying and Mapping. They're all very active in some of the surveying, even in some Eastern Asia countries. So we'd love to join lots of different kinds of cooperation in the future. I think I can let there are 3 panelists arranged in this session also. The first one, the Vice President Wang. I think he has something to talk about, some of the comment or some of the suggestions following your speech. So let's welcome the Vice President Wang.
Okay. Thanks, okay. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Tiger, and good afternoon, everyone. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. May I make a small brief about CFSM, the Chinese Federation of Surveying and Mapping? We are established in 2012. The purpose of the federation is to integrate social groups relation to mapping, surveying, and geomatics in Taiwan, dedicated to the improvement of academic and technology in mapping, surveying, and geomatics, and motivating development of entire surveying industry. Okay. Our members, including 13 organizations, including having academic aspects and industry aspects. As you can see in the slide, in these members, some of the organization was founded over decades, which show that we possess solid experience and resource, and providing a platform to exchange experience and resource. Taiwan has always participated in international exchange. In recent years, Taiwan has made greater achievement in survey mapping and geospatial information, and has gained rich experience. We have also purchased many high-end surveying equipment, such as LiDAR, digital camera, and MMS. We hope to participate in FIG. We are very eager to enjoy in it and aware to become one of the FIG members, so that we can share and learn from each other experience and technology with members all over the world. What's the next? I think we can work in at least 4 directions. First, integrating resource. We make a team of Taiwan, no matter it was from academic or private corporation, or even from the government. Only by integrating resource can be ensured that our strengths can be concentrated. My second point of view, participation and connection. How can Taiwan's advantage be seen by the world? We shall participate more in related activities, and we shall also pay more attention and contact. Then, what is the most efficient way to show our participation in connection between the world and us. Marketing and promotion is very important. For example, through social media, let people all over the world check us anytime, anywhere. In addition, the participation in international events set up booths in exhibition can also enhance the reputation of the Taiwan team. Besides, we still need to think much more further, which made me first viewpoint, youth training and experience sharing. We are dedicated to change young surveyors by launch education and the train committee of surveying and mapping, which it will strengthen our resource to make sure every young surveyor are well trained and we correspond to demand of surveying industry. The bar is by sharing. I look forward to hear your suggestion. Thank you.
So thanks for Vice President Wang, who just introduced about the Chinese Federation of Surveying Mapping in Taiwan, how that organization is being working on together to integrate the academic and also industry and also government officers together into a well-established federation for a platform to develop some of the good technology in the surveying and also try to have some good collaboration in the future. I think I need to ask if there are any questions regarding Dr. Stenger's speech to introduce about the FIG. If there are any questions, any participant on the site or any one who is on the web, are there any questions to Dr. Stenger's speech? I'm sorry. If they're not, let me ask Dr. Stigers again. Do you have any like, I know this we've been arranged the panelists to give some kind of comments about your speech, and I think the Vice President Wang just made an introduction about the Federation and surveying mapping in Taiwan's situation. Do you have any kind of any further comments or any good suggestion to what Vice President Wang was just talking about regarding the Chinese Federation of Surveying Mapping activities?
I have no questions, no.
Okay, but do you have any kind of suggestion like how we can be more connected to the FIG activities and things?
Well, under normal circumstances, I would say come to our events. Come also with your young people. Try to interact and communicate with us. Go to the commissions, go to the networks. Try to be active. And of course, you should also do this under COVID-19. It's a little bit more complicated. It's more complicated. But as you can see, it's also easier. We don't have to use an airplane. We just can use our computer and internet and talk to each other very easily. So my only recommendation is be active, become part of the international community. And if you need support or specific hints, you should not hesitate contacting me, Vice President Chang in China, or all the other vice presidents. All of you who have been to Hanoi, they know we are very open, we are very constructive, and we try to be very collaborative.
Yeah, good. Thank
Mr.
you.
President, I can help as an old vice president.
Sure.
Very good.
Yes. Please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. So I think the Chinese Federation of Surveying Mapping organization in Taiwan will try our best to be involved in some of the activities, either in the FIG working weeks or, of course, the Congress every 4 years. We were planning to really go to Amsterdam this year, but because of the COVID-19, we have to cancel, and also we're waiting to see what's happening for next year. But as Dr. Stenger just mentioned about, like the current temperature in Germany is about 3 to 4 degrees. The weather in Taipei now, today I think it's about 20 to 25 centigrade, and it's a little raining, a little cloudy. It's really nice weather. You should come over here. Here is really very pleasant season, and Taiwan has very little impact regarding the COVID-19. I think the entire government and all the residents in Taiwan have been doing a very good way to prevent the kind of infection of the COVID-19. So that's why we can still have the outside and really face-to-face the kind of conference. And most people still wear the mask, and we try to keep the social distancing as 1.5 meters we can. So I think hopefully we'll be able to meet a lot of experts.
The division between East and West was stopped, and in the future we became all more global. It was easier to travel. The technical progress started with this instrument in 1994. This is the first smartphone introduced by IBM. Technically, it was a sensation. Commercially, it was a disaster because there were no applications. There were no applications, there was nothing. Technically, it was brilliant. Commercially, zero. But then this started. We became all a mobile society, and this gentleman from Apple introduced the real first smartphone who became successful, which was the first iPhone. And I would like to give you an impression about what this instrument iPhone made with us as a global society. You see here an image in Rome, in Italy. The Pope of the Catholic Church is giving an audition in the year 2005. You see all the people who are attending. And now we see the same Pope 8 years later, the same place. And what is the difference? The difference is nowadays, and within 8 years, we are all looking at the world through our mobile phone, through our smartphone. If you take this away from your friend or from your children or from your colleague, he will get nervous. He will be ill within 3 hours because he can't touch his mobile phone. And if I talk to younger people and I try to explain to them there was a life before a smartphone, they just shake their hands and they think this is not possible. But of course it is possible. We are available everywhere and all the time, wherever we are, through SMS, through internet, through email, through Skype, through Facebook, through LinkedIn, etc., etc. And you see here these connections. It became much easier to travel. Traveling became cheaper. And we also had less traveling restriction with visa and with immigration and with everything. Unfortunately, this is also the relation now to COVID. The fact that we are in such a global organization makes it also easier for the disease to be spread within days, not within weeks or months or years before. Now it is spread within days. Increased mobility, globalized world, connected online, always and everywhere. And unfortunately, including viruses. What are the changes in our profession? We have a lot of technical progress, a lot of automation, computer, software, artificial intelligence are all the current buzzwords we have to handle with. 30 years ago, our profession was mastering the instrument. Nowadays, the instrument is automized. Everybody can use the instrument. Now you have to master the whole system, not only the instrument, but you have to master the whole system from the beginning, from the planning, measurement, until the final result. Big data is a huge challenge. What is big data? Every day we are producing 2.5 quintillion bytes. Quintillion is a digit with 19 zeros. Followed? And during the last 2 years, mankind has produced and generated more information than in the entire history before. And this will continue. For example, when laser scanning started, people said, but everything is already measured. Yes, but it's not up to date. It's not current. It's not precise enough. It's not homogeneous enough. So what are we doing? So we are remeasuring it. Remeasuring and remeasuring. And this trend of producing data will continue. Big data means this is large and complex data, and we cannot work on it, and we cannot analyze it with our traditional techniques. Furthermore, our profession has changed. Let's take the example mapping. Here you see an example from my home country, Germany, and it is more specifically from former East Germany. On the left-hand side, you see the original map. This is the original map, and these are military facilities, and the authorities don't want it to show this, so they produced a published map where you can't see the military facilities. And when I say published, you could not, in the former German Democratic Republic of Germany, you could not buy a map. You had to write to the ministry and had to explain why you want, as a citizen, why you want to have a map, and maybe you got this one. So in former days, mapping was secret or limited access, only paper versions. It was expensive and it was out of date. How is the situation today? Here you see a Google 3D map model from the town where I'm living in Germany. Mapping today is a public good, digital product, very often free of charge, up-to-date, high quality, and there are nearly no blind spots. There are still some blind spots, but compared to the past, nearly no blind spots. Here you see the satellite program from the European Union, ESA, European Space Agency, and this is a family of satellites, and all the data is available free of charge. You can download the data which they are producing really more or less online. The problem is, or not the problem, it's more the challenge. You need a powerful computer, you need a powerful network connection because this data starts with 1.8 gigabyte. This is a smaller portion you can download, but you can download nearly everything and you can work on it. There is no limitation. There is nothing hidden. Let's talk about FIG over the last 30 years. FIG became really global. Until 1919, FIG was a very European-based organization. And we improved our performance due to our permanent office in Denmark. Of course, this permanent office is not free of charge. This costs money. We have to generate every year. And we became more democratic because we changed, for example, our voting system. Nowadays, a president like me, myself, I am elected as a person. I'm not elected via my organization. So it's a direct personal voting. So let me talk about my vision. What is surveying? Surveying is a modern profession acting worldwide for a better infrastructure for our society and our planet Earth. FIG wants to keep and even improve its role as a premier non-governmental organization that represents the interests of surveyors worldwide. The motto is volunteering for the future. Why is volunteering for the future important? I will explain very soon. It is because I found, at least in our society here, it is more and more difficult to find people who do volunteer work for our professional organization, for our homeschool, for our quarter where we are living, for our social activities. All the people, I often say, a lot of people, they want to download. Everybody wants to download information. But who wants to upload? Who is creating it? Who is maintaining it? And that's why volunteering for the future is important. And I'm pretty sure it's not only important for FIG, it's also important for your association in Taiwan. You also have to look for volunteers who are acting as president, commission chair, vice president, young surveyors responsible, and so on and so on. How can we volunteer? We can promote FIG. We can participate. We have to encourage and motivate others to participate in our events. We can contribute actively by giving presentations, writing publications. We can participate in the work of our commissions, working groups, networks, task forces. We can assume responsibility as the officer of a commission, a network, or task force. And of course, we can support the next generation of FIG members. And the whole thing of volunteering, you can do one by one on your national or maybe even regional level. It is necessary on all different levels. Why is volunteering for the future beneficial? I'm very convinced that if we volunteer for our federation, this is at the same time beneficial for our profession, for our society, and for our planet Earth. Because when we have a strong organization, we contribute to the needs of our society and to the needs of our planet at the same time. Excuse me. My council identified two major targets. The first one is making FIG fit for the future. This is a more internal task. And this means, and the second one is promoting the relevance of our profession together with our partners. We have an action plan for target one. We have installed a task force on governance, which is an internal group, which is following the task force on commission structure. We want to have our young surveyors better integrated into FIG because we found out the young surveyors are very active. They make nice meetings, but once they become a more mature surveyor, they leave the young surveyors group, but they do not come to our events, or only some of them. Then we have installed also a group 2028, develop long-term strategy. What is the future of FIG? And the question is, why 2028? Very simple. In the year 2028, FIG will celebrate 150 years. And I think then we should be fit for the future. We had already a first meeting last year in September, but now due to COVID, things and priorities have changed very much. We want to have stronger commissions and networks, and the FIG Foundation, there is a period of transition. The board of directors will change within the next 2 years. Action plan number 2, Sustainable Development Goals. They were declared in 2015 and they should be achieved by 2030. And out of these 17 goals, more of half of them have a relation to geodata, to location. Where does it take place? So we can contribute a lot. We have 17 goals, we have 169 targets, and we engineers, we love this. 230 indicators we can work on. And the question is, what can we do? We have a task force on sustainable development goals. And this task force is led by Paula Dijkstra from the Netherlands. And there are 2 sub-goals. The first one is to identify the goals where our profession has potentially the biggest impact. And the second one is to coordinate the activities regarding SDGs inside FIG. Let me talk about land administration as one contribution to the SDGs. I think our profession can really make a big contribution here regarding land administration. There is a famous publication which is called Fit for Purpose Land Administration from these 4 gentlemen together with World Bank. And what is a framework? The World Bank says only 30% of the land worldwide is registered in a thing like cadastre, so that the ownership, the size, and the content of the land is somewhere documented. Land registration is important for social and civil security, for peaceful living together, but also for economic benefits. When people who have unregistered land, they want to go to the bank and they need money, this is complicated and difficult. But if the land is registered, the bank is much more willing to give a loan. And at the end, there are less conflicts due to land. So we as a global community should be interested in raising this figure of 30% of the land worldwide is registered. We should raise this also with the Sustainable Development Goals. Let's take an ambitious target and let's say we want to raise this by another 30% until 2030. So we have another 10 years to go. And the question is there enough time and money for the implementation of a classical cadastre? And all of you who know what classical cadastre means, they would immediately say no. This will not work because the implementation of a cadastre is expensive, time-consuming, and an ongoing process. In Europe, we do this since 150 years. And if you ask somebody from the local cadastral office and you ask him when is cadastre finished, he will immediately answer never. But in reality, he should be aware of that 99% of cadastre is in perfect condition. And now we talk about 70% who is not registered at all. So the fit for purpose is an interesting general approach, but it needs to be adapted to each single case. What is our role here? Our role as a surveying community. Yes, classical cadastre is too expensive and not fast enough. We need faster solutions, for example, based on the FFP approach. But this does not mean that the realization is always easy and without problems. Expectations from the political side are sometimes too high. Time, costs, maintenance, updates, and all these things. And there are also reservations in our own community regarding FFP. Some people say, this is not good, this is not real cadastre. What are our lessons learned? FFP does not replace classical cadastre. It is rather an extension. It is not a ready-to-use solution. We have to adapt it. We need best practice examples in textbooks. And there are rumors that surveyors do not act ethically correct, that lawyers do not act ethically correct, and that notaries do not act ethically correct. So we have to include ethical codex and training. What is our role here? If we, and I say we, the surveying and geospatial community, if we are not participating in this global process, it will happen without us. Like the discussion between Uber and taxi. The taxi drivers who think that Uber will disappear, they are wrong. If they do not cooperate and think about new models, due to Uber and due to their commercial model, the taxis will be vanished within 10 to 20 years. What is the role of FIG? We have to offer a platform for stakeholders. We need to be a link between stakeholders, and we have to build the capacity for new adapted approaches. Okay, so this was just one aspect of what happened over the last 30 years, what is important for me in my term of office, and I hope that this is also interesting for you. Let's come to the current situation. COVID-19 is affecting all and everything. Us as individuals, our families, our neighbors, parents, brothers, sons, sisters, daughters, our economy, our profession, and of course also our associations on regional, national, and international level. In spring, or let me start, in January, we were preparing the Netherlands working week. In February, we had the first doubt that it will not be possible. In March, it was clear we can't organize it the normal way, but we could not stop it, we could not cancel it, because we had a contract with a venue. And if we would have canceled it from our side, FIG side, there would have been a tremendous financial impact. So we had tactically to wait until the Dutch government was not allowing events like ours. So we were able to cancel it in April, at the beginning of April, without a financial damage. And then we thought, oh yes, of course, 21, it will be over and we can come back to the normal organization. But today we have to learn this is not the case. The impact will last longer as originally thought. And we have for the moment no idea how long it will take. Regarding FIG and our events, let me be very clear. Even if COVID will be stopped in let's say in 3 days, this does not mean that the travel restrictions for all of us will be over in 5 days or in 5 weeks. The travel restriction we are living right now, they will last another 1 year or 1.5 years. So it is extremely difficult for us to organize the next meetings. Online and virtual meetings are effective, like our meeting. It is very convenient for me to sit here in my home office and interacting with you, but they do not replace real physical meetings. I would love to come to Taiwan, and maybe it is still possible during my presidency, which is within the next 2 years. But for the moment, I'm not very optimistic. I hope that I can come to your country. I hope, but I'm not very optimistic. It's not because I do not want to. It's more because I'm maybe not allowed to, due by your authorities, due by my authorities. But we will see. FIG is offering an international platform of exchange and meeting. And of course, we want to provide this also in the future. Welcome to the Working Week 2021. It will take place in June in the Netherlands. The current planning, we are currently planning a virtual working week. Maybe there is a small bit of presence, but it is not realistic for the moment. It is already clear that the working week will be virtual mainly, and it is already clear that the General Assembly will be only virtual. So you all can participate in the General Assembly, which will take place probably in 2 parts. The voting will also be virtual. There are important elections for 2 new vice presidents, for 10 new chair-elects, and for 1 venue for the FIG Working Week 2024. We, as Council, we have decided that the voting, etc., will be digital. About the procedure, we are currently working on it. We don't know the details, but the general decision is taken. So welcome to the FIG Working Week 2021. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope it was interesting, and I'm happy to listen and to hear your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Stenger, for your very excellent about the second part of your speech. I think it's made very good progress because you just finished your first part, then the Vice President from the Taiwan Surveying and Mapping Association talked about the kind of organization in Taiwan. Then you have introduced some of your motion and what the FIG is going to do for the next several years. I think it's a very good innovation and motive way. Even for the next year, if we really cannot go to face-to-face, but still, I think Taiwan will join the virtual conference and try to join some of the, even for the voting strategies, they will find some kind of representative to join your virtual meeting. Thank you again. Thank you. So let me ask if there are any question from the audience. Yes.
Mr. Hado from ISI. Mr. Hado from ISI has one question for you. The question is there a standard of practice, everything in surveying, where we can access? Is there standard for everything in surveying from FIG standard in all the aspects of surveying?
Dr. Stenger?
Professor Steiger?
Yes. I could not understand your question. Can you please repeat?
The question is there standard for everything in surveying? And is there a standard of the practice, everything in surveying?
Everything in surveying, sorry?
Of the standards for everything in surveying practice?
Okay. You asked me about standards of surveying, right?
Yes, standard of surveying practice. This is a question from Mr. Hado from Indonesia.
There is not a global standard. There are on different. So if I understand your question correctly, you ask if there is standards, global standards for the weighing, right? Is this a question?
I would assume he's asking about if there are any kind of international global standard in the surveying practice, right? Yeah, in the surveying practice. So I think so. That's from my expectation.
Well, on technical, on this is a good question and a difficult question. So surveying, I think you have to divide it in 2 parts. The one is the legal surveying for land administration, cadastre, etc., and the other one is technical surveying for construction and so on. On the land administration side, this is very often related to authorities and to national authorities, and they have their own written rules. Technical surveying, there are some standards, but again, not on the international level from ISO. There are some ISO standards regarding instruments and regarding how to describe the quality and precision of an instrument, but how to do a field survey, there is no international standard. I hope I could answer to the question.
Yeah, I think so. So, are there any questions from the audience or any person from the web? If there's not, we still have two other panelists can make some kind of comments or some discussion regarding your speech. So the second panelist is from National Taiwan University, the Professor Han. So I'll let Professor Han to have his comment.
Hi, good morning, Professor Steiger.
Good morning.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone in Taipei. This is Ren Yu Han from National Taiwan University, and now I'm also the the coordinator for the Education and Training Committee in the Chinese Federation of Surveying and Mapping. And I apologize for not preparing a PowerPoint file today. However, I would like to spend a few minutes introducing about what we do in this committee. The main goal of this committee is to ensure high quality education and certification of surveying professions in Taiwan. In order to achieve this goal, there are three major missions to be achieved. Okay. The first one, we will review the curriculum for surveying education, especially for the engineering students in universities and in colleges. We will also develop a proper curriculum using the latest technologies and ensure an efficient and quality education and training for future generation of surveying professions. Secondly, we will review the certification system for surveying-related professionals in Taiwan. Now, we have already a well-established certification system in this country. However, considering the fact that the new surveying technology keep developing and demands from industry is changing as well, we believe that the certification system require proper update at a certain interval. Finally, we will collect information regarding the job market and the career development of surveying professions in Taiwan. By understanding the supply and demand of human resources, proper action may thus be implemented. And we also plan to publish an annual report on the above three items every year. By this way, we think we can track and monitor the development of the surveying professions in this country. If necessary, we will also provide suggestions to the government or educational authorities so that proper improvement can be implemented. As you can see, our mission is a good match with the Technical Commission 2 in FIG. So we have strong motivations and are willing to share our experience on this topic. Recently, we have developed a novel curriculum on teaching young professionals with modern surveying techniques. For example, we have introduced a UAV three-dimensional mapping technique in our university education for civil and surveying engineering students. We have also developed an online surveying education system. It provides a virtual reality environment so that students can practice different surveying instruments, including level and the total staging operations, and then the error behavior using this online tool. So this may also provide an alternative approach for teaching surveying practice courses, considering the current COVID-19 situation. So because this is an online education tool, so everyone around the world with an internet access could be benefit from this system without being constrained by the COVID-19 control measure. So again, I believe that we have strong motivation to participate in the FIG working group related to the survey education. And we are also willing to share our experience on utilizing modern technologies in the next generation of survey education. And thank you for your listening.
Okay, so thanks for Professor Tan from National Taiwan University. You mentioned about in Taiwan, lots of university and also association organization, even from the governmental office, they're all working on establishing a new curriculum about education, especially for the surveying things. In National Taiwan University has shared a very good experience, and would love to share this kind of international experience in the future to join the mission number 2 in the field. I think that's one of you mentioned about to be more active in the volunteer. I think Taiwan is showing our volunteering aspect toward the FIG activities. I think we have the third panelist, Dr. Shi from Zhao Tong University. So I think he can also make some very brief comments, and also because Dr. Shi also in charge of the international fair in this Chinese Federation of Surveying Mapping. So I think he can make a very brief comment about this association and also what's our next regarding the collaboration with the field.
Yes, thank you, Jimmy. Professor Steiger. And I would like to compliment what Professor Han said. Professor Han is coordinator for the Education and Training Committee of CFSM. That's what he was talking about. And in the earlier session, we had some discussion about competence, about the capacity, but that's all the capacity and the competence are actually largely come from education. So how we standardize updated modern curriculum may be very important for our profession in the future. So may I invite you to address this issue from your perspective of fit for the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I think I know you have very limited time now, and also we're getting to close of our session. So I think if you can make some kind of very final briefing about even for Dr. Shi, he was supposed to give some comment, but he was asking question to you. So if you can like have the final, very final briefing regarding how we can work on together, I think it will be also benefit for all the audience today, the entire day in Taipei. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, it was a pleasure for me to present FIG and to show what are the current activities. It is good to see and to know that now, despite this COVID and everything, now we learn that online conferences, they really work. But it does not replace a physical meeting. But let's be realistic. For the next 12 months, it will not be possible to make a global meeting with a big group. But because even if we are able, and I hope we are able, even if we are able to master this disease, our politicians, our authorities, they will take their time to let us travel again. And we need also air flight companies who are offering flights. We need hotels who are reopening, etc., etc. So even under optimistic conditions, it will take time. This is sad, but this is reasonable. It makes no sense to risk the health of us and our colleagues and our friends and our families. So we have to live with the current situation. I am encouraging you become part of FIG, become an active part, contact the commission chairs, contact the network chairs, contact the council, and become part of the family. We are non-governmental, we are non-political, we want to improve our profession. That's what we want to do. And I guess I have the impression you are in a good way, and I encourage you to continue.
Thank you. I think you made very, very good final remarks of the entire conference hosting for the entire day.
May I make an observation?
The power is going to off pretty soon, so.
Of course. There is an observation.
May I make an observation?
Sure.
I think for participation, Taiwan should take up the FIG working week in one of the year, maybe 2024. I suggested.
Sure.
I can help.
Yeah. Good. Okay. I think we'll be able to discuss about that. I think for the Chinese Federation of Surveying Mapping, we'll be more than happy to host some kind of international meetings or even working weeks. Yeah, in Taiwan.
Yeah, we have experience holding working week in Hong Kong in 2007. We can share with that to you for Taiwan and FIG as a whole.
Okay,
thank you, Rudolph.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we can discuss.
Thank you, Tien.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rudolph.
Thank you. So I think it's about time now. I think we're probably only 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
Are there any final questions from the audience or from any person on the web regarding not only by this speech but also for the entire day? Like this morning, we have the Asian representative and also the person from Indonesia talking about some of the surveying and mapping things, issues in different countries, and sharing all the experience with the local Taiwanese expertise. So, are there any more questions? Let me ask the final one. If there's not, okay. So I think from the audience of this room, we can give ourselves and also give some noise for the person who are still on the web using Stagger. Oh, Stagger, you have one more thing to say?
Just, yeah, a very last word.
Sure.
Keep distance, stay healthy. Stay positive.
Yeah. Keep distancing and healthy.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's more important. Okay, take care.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
let's
President.
give the final approach.
Thank you, Tien.
Okay?
Thank you, Tien.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
十分谢谢各位，我们这次就进入。
谢谢石老师，好，跟各位好。这个论坛，其实我们这个论坛蛮丰富的。我们感谢今天参与的各位，还有相关的一个工作人员。那既然大家到这里了，然后